All right, I think we should be good here. We were a little bit late, but I think we should be fine. So we're moving on to building some more models. So we got some Hell Blasters here. I got a squad of 10 of these guys I do want to make for my Dark Angels army. So let's see what we can get here when we're doing some of this. So let's see here. Let's get this box up. We got 10 of these plasma boys that we are looking to build to add into our collection and future army for some Dark Angels. So hopefully we can go through these steps and we'll get to painting them soon enough as well, once they're all built and primed. So let's see what we got here. This. All right, let's see what kind of stances that we get. So we can start with the Sergeant. He can have the plasma pistol option with him as well, which is normally what I take when I use these guys on the tabletop. So let's see, 20 to 22 and 22, so 20 to 23. Yeah, all right, I see 22 there, and then 10 for the power pack, 21. So they're all on different sprues, sadly, but we'll have to make do with that. I'm just scrambling around. It looks like that's what they want us to do. So we got these bases here. Make sure our glue is nice and ready to go. So we have 23 and 22 as the legs here. So let's go and grab these guys. And then 22 is this leg right here. Okay. And then we need 21 and 20. 21 is the back side here. Get this guy. 21 and then 20 on the front side of the body is going to be over here. I think that's another 20. No, 20 is up here. I think it should be in the same sprue. Let's keep it consistent here. Yep, 20 is right here. All right, good. So we'll start with these parts for now, so we can actually start putting the body together. Let's just make sure everything is flush on the models themselves. So that way we can start the gluing process. So from where we clipped off, we want to make sure that they're smooth enough. You can go get used to things that parts of, because if the part is not going to be showing once all the parts are glued together, you can get away with a lot more. But if there are parts that will be seen, then we definitely want to smooth that out so that the painting process will be a lot nicer. So with that, let's see here. We got the back legs. So this part will be shown. So I think for here, we're going to scrape some off, and then we're going to try to sand it down a little bit to be able to get this guy here all nice and ready to go. I'm just scraping off with the knife the extra sprue bits that have been clipped off, and then we can sand it down to make the consistency a lot smoother. The bottom of the foot is a little bit important because this will be glued onto the base, so I want to make sure that's smooth so it has full contact on that. Okay, so let's see. I think we can get started with the white sanding stick here. This is the smoother of the two that I normally use. Let's really get that edged out. That's good enough. That's the bottom side. It won't be shown. And then we got a little bit of a mold line here on his shin and on top of his foot that we want to make sure we can get rid of as well. These mold lines will show after priming and starting to paint, so I'll make sure we can get that out. Such is the process that they make when they injection mold these parts, but at least for us, we want to get rid of it so that we can make a smooth surface without any lines at all, because this is supposed to be a full plate of metal, which will be for the armor. So we can accept that for now. Okay, let's go here now. Next leg, same idea. We got these mold lines that need to be taken care of. All right, let's get this guy here. Let's go get the a little bit rougher of the blue sanding stick for me. And let's take off all that. Okay, good. So we can start putting these together here. The idea is that we start with the front torso here, and then we work our way down. So we'll get something like this first. Put a little bit of sanding on that part. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Both of these. I'll let one leg come in there. Got another leg here. The other leg's falling off already, so we need a bit more glue. Good. That's more like it. That's while they wait for that to set, let's get number 10, one of the power packs here. So we have a little bit of a mold line at the top that we want to remove. And that should be it. Yeah. All right, so let's go to the back side here. Let's throw on okay, and then let's put him on his base. Wow, he hardly, well, it's like one foot is almost coming off of the base here, but that's just the way it is, I suppose, given how his leg stances really is, but that should be fine. That works. All right. Let's go get his gun and his arm ready here. So let's see. If he's holding the gun straight up, oh, that should be 63, 65, 13, 14. Okay. Let's see, do we have here 63? No, it's not this one. This one? No. He's 65, but where's... Wait, no, 65 is one of them, right? 63, 64, 65. Okay, so the 65. Get that right here. That's one part. Are we? Oh, so there's 64. And then 63 is this one. All right, good. Okay. And 13, 14. There's 13. And 14. Okay, good. So we can start to work on this and put these all together. So that takes care of that part to smooth that out. All right. So let's see here. Let's connect 13 and 14 together first, though. The idea is that these two come together. Or is that a spot that I'm missing? That looks intentional. Huh. What is stopping them from really coming together? It's not. Okay. So those two come together and then we throw it on to here. Yeah, all right. These two come together is more important right now. Yeah, that's a really small piece. Wait, and does he want to stick together? So do this first, and then let's get some of this. They should fit in the underside of that. No, not like that. No, it needs to point away from him. Like this. Right? What? No. If he's holding it like this, it needs to be connected to his power pack. Thought I had it. Hang on, it's good. He's holding his gun up like this. We need something like this, but is it gonna connect this way? No. It's going away from his body. I think it's supposed to be something like this, but that's not really working out. This looks like the most believable spot. But then how in the world, because if this goes behind this power pack, it goes on back there. So this one for sure has its own spot. Is that not it? I think we have to take this one. And then if we take this one, it is supposed to connect. But we're gonna have a little bit of trouble with that. Let's see what we can do here. This connection's a little off. Let's see what we can do here. So if that is the I suppose if it's telling me that if this is supposed to be connected like this, but in either case, this cord is too long now all of a sudden. Well, let's see here. How would we be able to get this cord connected to the back? to let that set for a bit, but I'm starting to get an idea where this guy needs to go. So we can wait for that. Let's go get 71, which is going to be his plasma pistol here. $71. 73. Oh, 71. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, I can see where the connection is supposed to be, so let's make this happen. Come on, gotta get that shoulder on there. Hey. Really? What's up with... Why is so many things in the way to the shoulder? I think that's supposed to be good now. The cord fell off though. Hopefully that can stay enough. We'll have to accept that as the fact for this model for now. Although it is the Sergeant. Oh well. And now he gets to have the robotic hand, which... Do I even want to paint a robotic hand? Is that the only one that I get? Yeah. Alright, well, I guess Sergeant has the robotic hand now. Holding a plasma pistol, so whatever. Let's see. 2, 3, or 4. Can we get away with the helmet? Let's see. How many helmets do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 full helms right there. Any other full helms over here? And we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 10 full helms, bro. Only way we need to know the difference of the sergeant is just gonna be him having the plasma pistol. That's quite nice. And that will be the sergeant. We just got to put on some of his shoulder pads and a few accessories. They're all 16s. We need 17s. These are really... Oh, the connections are really raw in there. 117. Another 17. And let's see, what kind of accessory should we give him? Maybe 78, 79. He has the pistol on him. 78, 79. There you go. 77. Huh. Not on this one. $78 is over here. Okay. Well, I guess 79 isn't gonna be anywhere here. Oh well. Sure, whatever. We'll just put on one accessory on him. Okay. Let's see, where can this little guy go? It's on his butt plate of all places. Right. Well, so long as it makes a good connection is all that really matters. Because Yudi has 2 side thigh armor pads. Don't want to get in the midst of all that. So that should do. Alright, that is the Sergeant done. That is 1 model. Got 9 more to go for this whole box, so let's keep working our way through. Alright. Let's see here. So we get this. Oh, actually, we can put the Sergeant's extra armor pad here on his inner shoulder. Let's do that before we move on to the next model. Let's go ahead and get this. Oh, we got to turn that one around. If we like apply it pretty high up, like next to his face, really. Wow. Yeah, it looks like the extra plate is just gonna be slapped right there next to his own face. So, I guess. Well, oh no, that's actually too close. What am I doing? It's supposed to be here, next, right on the edge of his shoulder pad. There you go. It doesn't look as crazy now. All right, that will do for this guy, the Sergeant, for the 10-man squad of Hellblasters that I need to build for this from this box. So that works out quite well. All right, let's go to the next one. Same idea, 2020 to 23. Let's see here. There's 21 over here. Yeah. Start by taking 21, the backside of the main body. There's 20 right here. Go to some legs. 22 and 23. All right. Work our way through this. Of course, the Twitch decides to disconnect. There's our first one for the day. YouTube is completely fine though, of course. Okay, so we can start gluing these parts together. Let's go grab a base so we can put that afterwards as well. That's the wrong side. Okay. It's very tight operation here with the base and the legs. It's like the feet are barely just off of the edge of the base every time, but whatever. If it works, it should be fine. Okay, so this guy, we go get a power pack, and then 24 to 27. All the way to 27. I have anything there. Let's go get a power pack first. $25A? The heck is $25A? I'll just take it. $24 is this guy. 26 of this guy. We need this. And then we need a 27, which is going to be one of the chords. $27. Yep, where'd it go? Right here. All right, so let's start preparing these parts and let's add them on. Okay, let's attach this to this guy's back here. All right, we got to prepare this part now. Nope. Whoops. Dropped the sanding stick there. Man, the mold line had to go straight through the center of that gun. Ay, unfortunate. Oh, we'll have to accept it as is. Okay, so let's see how we can put this all together. So we got his hand coming from the back here. And oh yeah, we need the actual parts of the gun too. I almost forgot. 13, 14. We need the end part of the plasma gun. Can't forget about that. So just 13 and 14. Take 14 right there. And a 13 right here. Okay. It's not really taking anything off. $13, $14. Okay. Now let's go glue these together. Okay. Same business here. What do you think is this? No, it should be the other side. How are we gonna get this cord on this side? Something like that. All right. Very well. So we'll get this. And then we attach this cord to here. And now it will settle backwards like this. Okay, now that's more like it. That's a lot better than the first model. Let's do some of this. And then we do a little bit of this. And that's more like it. Okay. Good, good, good. So now we can actually get these pieces on the main gun done properly. Let's see, we get enough of that there. Cord is connected, although the shoulder's a little bit off. It's got to be one or the other, but is there any way we can make both line up properly here? Shoulder's a little bit off, which should be. How can we make that work? Can it hold like this? Well, we'll give it some time to think about that for the model, so we'll come back to you. And let's see, is there anything we need to work on you for? No. All right, well, let's see. Let's go ahead and get. So we did that. Then that's it for him. What about his shoulder pads? They're just gonna skip over his shoulder pads? Well, I'll do it for them. We got the shoulder pads for them all. So we'll do some 16s. I'll keep knocking my camera everywhere. Make that connection work. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay. Let's go get one shoulder pad glued into here. Okay. And let's go grab a helmet. Number 1 should do. All right. And let's put this helmet in. Very good. So that is another model done. Let's go to the next one. Do I want all cords? Cords are getting stupid, is what I say. Let's go get one with a little canister on it. So this is a 28 to 31. Okay, this would be a little bit of a different stance. 30 and 31 are right here for the legs. That's 30. $31, and then 29, 28. 20, 28 right here. A little bit annoying that all these legs got these crazy mold lines on them, but such is the way of working with Warhammer models. Let's make sure we get rid of all of them. Okay. Just a little bit more on top of the foot, and then we can move on to the next leg. Let's go here, scrape off what we got here at the bottom. Make it smooth so it can be based properly, and then let's go to the mold line here at the leg. Does that really get rid of all of it? Yeah, okay. And a little bit up at the top there. Okay. We'll take that for this guy. So let's start putting that together, and let's grab a base. Ooh, that's a bit of a gap. Is that supposed to be there? This is 2029, right? Wow, that's a sizable gap on the middle of his body. Oh, I got the wrong piece. Oh, that was a big mistake. Let's not do that. That's 54. How did I miss that? 28's the one underneath. We'll come back to that. That's 54. Let's make sure we remember that. That'd have weird if it was just a gaping hole between his body and his belt line. Will this fit properly? Yeah, okay, that's more like that one is correct. Okay, well that works for that. Let's get to the legs here. Okay, that is the leg and the body. Let's go over to another power pack here, number 10. Oh, what? Come on. You fall off already? I'll apply a bit more glue then. Okay. Then we do in this line 33, 15, 11, 12. That should be 34, isn't it? Yeah, 33, 34. Okay. 33, 34. Where would we get that? It's 34 here. Where is 33? Not here, but we can still get 13, 14. $13 and $14. Okay. $33. And we need 15. 15 is right here. All right. So let's work with this for now. Let's get these two prepared because they need to come together to make the full gun. Is there something blocking this? There's something stopping this gun from coming together. Gotta really work our way into this guy. Let me get this guy twice here? Nah. Something we can do about this? Oh, well, never. Doesn't show anyways. All right. Good, so that comes in there. So this canister goes into the slot where the cable would go. And we're going like that. Okay. See if you can maintain that position. Okay. We'll take that. So we need to attach this to that. All right. Let's make it happen. Can you please stay? Should be enough glue on there. Okay, we'll accept that. So let's see, we have that, and we need 32 to link up with the other arm. Where's 32? Right here. That is 33. Why does it say number 8? Oh, that's 32B. That's not 8. All right, they just assign letters for no good reason on this sprue, so whatever. Okay. We'll accept it as such. Oh. Okay. So let's get this first part here with the arm. Of course, the hand is gonna fall off. Whatever, man. Yeah, the hand takes priority. Hey. All right, we gotta wait a little bit longer for that. So let's go get some shoulder pads while we wait for that to set properly. Some more 16s. Okay, let's reattach this shoulder again. All right, settle down. Bro, this guy likes to stick to my finger more than the model. All right, let's go to the second arm. Make that connection. Sure. I'll take that. Let's go to some shoulder pads here. Great job dropping that. Okay, let's go grab a helmet. And that is 3 out of 10. Got 7 more to go, so let's keep working on this. See how many more stands, because we still have some more on the we should have another set of the same exact 28 to 31, I think. Yeah, we have 30, 31 again. Yeah, same stance. Let's try this again. And then we need 34, right? Yeah, 34 is the main gun. Okay. We need 13, 14 for the end of the gun. Okay. The body again was 28, 29. Find another 28, 29 here. And a power pack, of course. So there's 29 right here. This is 28. Yeah. So 28 on the main body. And then 29 over here. Okay. And let's get a power pack and we can work with these parts for now. Okay, let's go to not you. 2029 should be these two guys. Yep. see here. All right, let's start putting pieces of this gun together again. Okay, now let's go ahead and put this guy's power pack on, and then we work on the accessory of the gun and perhaps some arms afterwards. Throw this on while, of course, the legs just get torn right off the base because that's just how it has to be. Let's reattach this guy there. Don't know how I didn't put enough glue on there earlier, or whatever. We'll just leave that there for now. All right, so let's find another 15, I believe, which was going to be the 2 canisters. Yep, 15 over here. We can have some canisters at the bottom of his gun instead of the long cord. And then its arm is 33 and 32. 32, 33, okay. Got it right here. It's 2 on there and 33. Right there. Okay. Let's go do this one here. All right, so let's go ahead and slap on this. Oh, we gotta sand these down. Got quite some mold lines on this, although this part actually doesn't show. It'll be covered by the shoulder pad, so it's not very important. Just make sure it's smooth enough for the gluing to happen. Same thing here on his wrist. Okay, and then we'll take this guy. Same idea here. The shoulder's not as important. That'll be covered by the shoulder pad. We just want to make sure the area that is going to be glued is smooth enough to make it happen. This guy's underarm, though, has got a very, very noticeable mold line right here. Let's make sure we got the same business here. It's got a little bit of a mold line there as well. Okay. So let's see here. Got to connect this to the wrist. All right. Hey. I think we can take that. I didn't sand that part down off of his power pack, so we have to come back to that. Okay. This guy had to be sanded down. We kind of missed that, but we'll take care of it now. Sure, I'll take that. Then we will go with another #1 helmet. Let's get some shoulder pads as well, some more #16s. Okay, let's get to some shoulder pads here. Okay, and that is another one done. So that'll be number 4 out of our current list. So we got these 4 done. So it's 4 out of 6 that we've accomplished so far. So we'll keep going. So I think here we can work on, I don't think we don't have the second one of 2021, I believe. 20 and 21. Do we have a second set of that? No, maybe not. So there's only one set of that. Yes, Nerd Dad Pat. Yes, we are indeed working on a unit of Hellblasters. We got 4 of them done so far out of the 10. So we're making steady progress. These will be Dark Angels. We'll get to priming and painting them on a different day. But for now, we are making our progress through 10 of these guys. So I think we have to go to the next set though here. So 37 to 40. Okay. Let's see here. You have 39? What? Why is 39 all by itself? I know 30 and 40. That's what it is. 30 and 40. We can get those for legs. Okay. That is 39. We'll get number 40 for the other leg. Let's see, we'll get that. Okay. And then the body is 37, 38. 37, 38 right here. Nope. So 37 and 38, the top part of the body. Okay, and we'll get a power pack as well. And then a base to work with. All right, good. So we can get started on this. Scrape this down to make a smooth surface for it so it can be glued onto the base. Yes, yeah, this is quite fun indeed. There's a lot of options you can do. I agree as well on that. A lot of options with the gun, which does give a lot more options than I normally would have thought for something like this. But yeah, definitely enjoying the process on this. And we'll get 10 fairly unique guys once we're done here. And then we'll get to painting them in Dark Angels format later on. Yeah, I do play as well. Actually, you'll see on the channel history, I believe, that we do post live games on right now just on Tabletop Simulator, but I do play on the actual tabletop as well. Still working on getting a setup for that for the actual armies that I have. So I'm currently in the midst of still building my Dark Angels army, but I do have fully ready to go 2,000 point Tau army as well that we're still in the midst of getting some final paints on them, but we do a lot of the playing as well, and you can see that on the VODs on this channel, on some of the live games that we record. So we have a whole plethora of different factions with some of the people that I play with, but there's definitely a lot to be done there. Oof, wow, that's a massive sprue that came off with this part. Let's shave that off. All right, that works for that. All right. Oh yeah, we have to always make sure to do the power pack as well. No, yes, this is not from the Combat Patrol. I just picked up a box of regular Hull Blasters from my local game stores. So, yeah, it's not from the Combat Patrol. I personally actually don't really like the Dark Angels, Combat Patrol personally, just because I do like Inner Circle Companions as my close combat of choice. The Combat Patrol would rather give you Vanguard veterans, which doesn't really make much sense, but you know, that's just the way that the GW decided to put things together for that box. So, yeah, I personally just like trying to make my own custom army based on what I like to see and stuff like that. So that's just the way that it goes. But yeah, it's just standard box, and we'll paint them in the right colors once we're done building these guys. Do this. We can also put the power pack at the same time. So that just slides right in there. Okay. And then, yeah, then we can start working on these legs. That's the wrong side. Let's get this side first. Okay. And then we'll actually wait for this to set before I try to base that. Let's see. So this now is going to require, let's try one more time to put a chord on this guy. So it's going to be 42, 43, and 44. Okay. And still 13, 14 on the gun bend. Okay. Just 44 right here. Okay. $42. Okay. And then 43 for his power pack extension here. 43. And then another 13, 14 for the gun end. All right, let's go down the line here. So we get the end of the gun. Let's go make sure we smooth things out and then we put them together.
There you go.
Yep. Thank you, Nerd Dad Pet, for the follow. Now we usually try to stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, depending on the schedule. Usually, so I've still middle of building some things, but we'll be doing mostly painting as well of the different styles that I try to match, and then live games on Tabletop Simulator. And we're, again, as I said earlier, we are still working on getting a live tabletop setup that we can stream soon enough. But for now, thank you for that follow, and we'll definitely see how we'll see you around with the other lives. Get this guy down here. Yes, we look forward to seeing you again anytime you decide to show up, Nerd Dad Pat. So thanks again for that follow. It's always a little bit of a tight fit to get the end of the gun on properly. Okay. Alright, let's go base this guy, and all this glue should have set by now. Okay. Let's attach the cable now. All right, and then we can wait for that. We can just go right ahead and attach a helmet on. Another number 1. Okay, let's attach first this guy's cable extension here. See, will I be able to get this to line up properly? It's a bit of an odd angle. Which angle do I have to accept? What is this? Yeah, it's a little bit of annoyance with working with these extra cable, the extra cable on his back. It needs to face that direction, that's correct, but $41. All right, let's go get some shoulder pads, and that should be it for this guy. That is number 5 out of all 10 that we need to work on, so that's our halfway point. Pretty good. All right, I think we should have another of the same exact stance. I think. $38. Yep, 37, 38. $37.38, and then it's the 40 and 41. $39.40. That's what it is. Okay. Let's go grab a power pack and a base. Oh. All right, let's put the main body together here. Oh wow, I completely forgot to sand down the behind his thigh. I check up on the other leg too after that. Okay. Then let's go and do another 42, 41. Yeah, 41 to 44. Okay. Here's another 44. Let's see here. That's 41. $42 over here. Okay. And then we need a 43, which is going to be the extension on the back right here. All right. And we start to prepare this guy. Oh, that's right. We need a 13 and 14 for the end of the gun. We need that as well. To be attached exactly here where we're preparing that to be connected. For 13, 14. Oy. I just split that. Okay, let's go ahead and base this guy. And then we work on trying to connect the gun again, especially with the extra attachment to his power pack. Okay, so let's go work on this extra power source. Good old Twitch is disconnecting again. YouTube is still completely fine. Okay, let's attach this extension cord onto his gun. Okay. Need some on his shoulder as well. Let's see if we can make this work. Yeah. Okay. Sure, that works. Let's go get his other arm in this mix here. All right, that works out. Let's go get his helmet and shoulder pads, and that'll be it for this 6th Marine out of all 10 that we're still working on. His helmet and then some shoulder pads. Oh, that's a little bit off on the cable. Can we make it fit properly? Sure. Let's do the shoulder pads here.
There you go.
Yes, Becky Bumper. Yes, thank you for following. Yeah, we're just currently we're just building for today's stream, but usually we also move on to painting as well as some live games. We usually live Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays depending on the schedule. But Tuesdays, Thursdays are the most consistent time I'll be on. So, yes, thank you for following the channel. We're just doing our 6. This is our number 6 man out of the 10 Hell Blasters we are working on, which will be painted in Dark Angel style once we are done here. All right, so that takes you to them. So we go on to another stance here. So it's 45 to 48. Okay. 47, 48 on the legs. We got these guys. Combat Patrol Souls of Imperial Fist. Yes. Oh yeah, I know. If that's the newest one, I know that was pretty popular, given what they had to offer. So, yeah, Imperial Fist have been getting a few updates as well in the actual game. So, seems like you've got all your work cut out for you there. But yeah, they are indeed a fun bunch to play, I know, for many people. So, hopefully you work things out with that. Let's see, so it's 45 and 46 right here. Let's get that piece. That one, and let's go get a power pack, and then we can get working on this first part. Get a base here, and let's start cleaning this up so we can get ready to put all these parts together. But if you picked up a Combat Patrol, I wonder, well, what would you say is your favorite part about Imperial Fist? Because you've chose that one specifically. The yellowest boys and the Space Marines, they're not exactly the most popular, but still, I know, have a pretty loyal following. What would you say is going to be one of your reasons why you picked those guys up specifically? Oh, yeah. Let's see. Maybe let's do. Yes. Oh, yeah. We'll go down the line. Yes. So I do play Dark Angels here, but my question to you though was, given that you picked up the Imperial Fist Combat Patrol, what would be your reason as to why you chose Imperial Fist as your chapter Space Marines? As the Yellow Boys aren't exactly the most popular, but they do have quite a loyal following for sure. You choose to put it on for the box offered. Oh, okay. He's a Dark Angels player. Okay, interesting. Yeah, because it is the surprisingly it's the Imperial Fist box that does have the Terminators to them, and the Dark Angels Combat Patrol does not offer any of that, which is a little bit unfortunate. But then again, yeah, a lot of Dark Angels players, they normally don't take regular Terminators. I mean, I have it myself. The Deathwing Knights are the most popular one. A lot of my friends and opponents complain about them, of course, and how unkillable they are. But yeah, they are definitely. If you switch them over to Dark Angels, then yeah, that does make sense as to why some people would do that. Yeah, I do like the Terminators myself. It's just that they're not the regular Terminators aren't that great. And then I personally like the motif for the Dark Angels with all their great big swords and robes. So That's my reason to play them, but that was way back then. Ah, so he collects every model he can play from. Okay. 3 Terminators and 3 Knights. Wow, yeah, that is a lot of Terminators then. Yeah, we're just slowly building up this army. I've been playing Dark Ages for quite a while, but I haven't got around to actually buying models till recently again. So we're just working our way up. I usually like to actually get the models for what I like to play, and then collecting just is a side quest more or less. Because if I don't like the model, there's no point getting it. But I know for some people they do want to just get the whole thing. Yeah, these people just want to have just about everything and, you know, fill them with the vibes and pick up whatever they want. But because I have to split my time, because my actual main is Tau, or the aliens with all their big guns. Yeah, I kind of have to really make sure I buy all the right models because I don't have the space to hold that much stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, so that's the way it is. I know my own brother. He's an Astra Militarum player, and then he does over time he's just collected so much stuff, and then he's trying to branch back out to Space Marines again. This leg needs to get into place. Okay, let's see. Power pack is all good to go. Yep. So let's go get this guy, and then we work on this guy's gun again. Let's get in there. Yeah, painted as Thousand Suns. Interesting. Oh, that Thousand Sun. Wow, amazing. Yeah. Yeah, there's some really big Tau walkers that people like. I personally do like their walkers as well. I do have one of their big walkers I still need to get on to paint, but that'll take its own time. Yeah. But yeah, Tau is kind of a lesser played. I mean, there's so many people playing it, but at least in terms of just the most popular factions, they wouldn't necessarily be one of them. But nonetheless, though, yeah, I made all my decisions way back in 4th edition when I first started to play. So they just saw their cool guns and their walkers and their battle suits, like, oh, well, that's a no-brainer. So it was just kind of stuck ever since then. But yeah, with the Tau, I can really try to customize the painting because I don't really stick to the paint designs for that. With the Dark Angels, I do, but not really so much with the Tau. But yeah. Yes, the All Crute does perform pretty well. I mean, regular Tau still performs actually quite well too, for those who actually know how to play it. But yes, All Crute they are quite strong, deceptively so. People might think that they're quite weak, which they kind of are individually, but you just flood the board with all the Crute in, and you can take a bunch of points pretty quickly. Let's see, so it's 49 all the way to 52. Okay, 49 to 52. So let's see. 50 is the main gun right here. Oh, I don't want to knock my camera around everywhere. So 50 on the main gun. Yeah. So All Crute is something that I don't mind playing, but I absolutely do not want to buy all those models. Yeah, just my own personal taste on that. Because sadly, the Crute, even though they are a nice addition. I mean, they added them a long time ago, but it does add to the flavor of the Tau, but it's kind of too ugly for my taste. And unfortunately, also right now in this current edition, there's only really one way to put regular Tau units and crew together, but I don't really play that detachment. So, and just, let's see, shooting. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Grey Knights for sure. They are quite chunky and they have great saves. Um, Although in my experience, I don't really have a problem because I can handle either the Grey Knights, or like I play against Necrons a bit with some of my other people, and I can handle their pretty tougher things because the way that it just a lot of it has to depend on how you play Tau. It really will make that big difference because people get really upset, of course, that Tau have an unlimited shooting phase, but that's kind of the only way you can output that damage. Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, perhaps you can see, because we have the full backlog of live games that we have should be on VOD in the on this Twitch channel, but also on my YouTube as well, by the same name, Labco Gaming. Those should have full uninterrupted VODs. Unfortunately for Twitch, I don't know. It just disconnects at times, and then the VODs get split up. But we do play live games on Tabletop Simulator, and the full backlog of those games and recordings should be on there as well, on the YouTube side of things. But online, I don't play Tau as much as often, mostly because with online, of course, you don't have to pay for anything, so you just play whatever you want. But yeah. That's the thing. Actually, I would contend that the hitting is better than Marines. Because the whole army rule is that you have support units to help you with your shooting. So yes, Tau have they save. I mean, they hit normally on 4s, but when they are spotted, that's the idea. You get support units to spot for you, and then you get to hit better down to 3s. And then what's even better is that your best support units, these stealth battle suits. Hopefully, I don't know if you've ever seen those guys before. You should have, if the person that you played against actually knows what Tau can do. These stealth battle suits, they actually allow whoever they're supporting to reroll 1s to hit and wound, which is far better than what Space Marines can allow for. So it's a lot of interconnected abilities that really make the difference for Tau, that you really have to stay on top of. Because yeah, for newer players who don't stay on top of all their rules and special buffs and abilities, yeah, it does seem kind of rough for their shooting. But once you understand all that, then you make your opponents very, very upset on just how much volume of shooting you can get and how much damage you can output. Yeah. Yeah. Well, lines of fire isn't too bad. As long as you know how to work around that. I know that's a big point of contention. I personally don't like the way line of sight works in the game with the ruins and footprints and all that stuff, but that's just the way the game is. But well, I don't know. I'm having trouble. Where is am I looking at the wrong thing? Yeah, I am looking at the wrong thing. It's 53. Where's 53? Let me cut that out real quick. Right here. Okay. Yeah. So indirects, there are guns with indirect, which is quite nice. There's a couple of missile systems which are just take for free, which can have indirect, but they're not your big damage dealers. But the idea is that you do have good units who can really close the distance and shoot. Again, yeah, Tau is kind of glass cannony, as you stated before, but without a doubt, Eldari are I think Drukhari should be too. They're the most glass cannony out of the entire game, but Tau actually have pretty good defensive capabilities on them that is often overlooked. Even their main battle line units, the regular just warriors, so either the strike team or the breachers, they can obviously output a lot of damage, but also are pretty resilient because they get -1 to wound on them against range attacks. They can just take equipment for that. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the way that it currently is. I agree as well that melee seems to be get the upper hand. Again, I actually don't see a problem. The biggest one, of course, is that the biggest news, of course, is that the winner for the Las Vegas Open for the competitive scene, just a couple weeks ago, the one with full infantry Astra Militarum, which has no melee to it, but the idea is that battle line units that people often overlooked because people love their elite units, battle line units really do carry the brunt of how to score and to output a consistent damage on across the board. So Again, yeah, I mean that's the thing. Yeah, people get upset when they have gunline armies. They're like, oh, melee, it always takes over everything. Yeah, but yeah, that there's not really much of a problem in that regard. Even the people that I see that do play Tau competitively don't really have a problem. A lot of it has to just do with your way to set up and to really react around what your opponents do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So infantry, I think infantry itself is very favored right now in the current state of things, but also battle line as well. Battle line really can make the difference with having OCF2, of course, and just being able to spam a bunch of them to take board control. Yeah. Yeah, so Rhinos, Rhinos are classic for Chaos Space Marines. But in any case, though, that's the way that it is. With Tau, the moment you start to forget or miss a few of your interactions, things can really fall over quite easily. So there's a lot you have to keep track of, but there are a lot of things to help Tau players, as long as you understand all the way things interact. So it's a different way of playing. People often get upset about it because it takes forever for a Tau player to get through all their shooting, but again, it does make it quite lethal once you get all that set up. So maybe, if we have time, I can show you what we call the classic combo for Tau armies. Yeah. So the 3-turn detachments, yeah, you just say that. So there are 2 detachments that have 3-turn effects or 3 battle round effects, and then the rest of them don't. But there's 2 of them. They are the most main used because they do give you the buff. So yeah. So the first one is they call Mont Ka. So that is the killing blow. So that is where you get a buff on the first 3 battle rounds of the game, and a lot of competitive players like this one because you can get board control really quick. Because on the first 3 turns, you just get assault on all your guns. It just happens. So yeah, you just get assault on all your guns, so everyone can advance and shoot, which is just fine. You don't need a charge because you're playing Tau. And then on top of that, if your guys get buffed, you will also Yep, and then also during those 3 turns, if you get buffed on your guns, you just automatically get lethal hits as well. Yeah. So it's not just the assault, you also get lethal hits if your guys get buffed, which if you construct the right army, you can bring down a lot of stuff with that. So obviously it really incentivizes you to just run up, unload everything, right? Well, again, at the right timing though, of course, you don't want to run into a trap and get completely clogged up in melee combats everywhere by like a World Eaters player. But yeah. Yeah, so that's the one of the detachments is Mont Ka. It's just the killing blow. It's a really fast paced, but still you have to set up properly. Without the right setup, you will get overrun and get just completely thrown out of the game. So it still takes a lot to master that. I remember my first game using that. I just got completely walloped because I was not keeping track of the way that worked. But either case, though, that is the first one. And the second one, there's still like 6 detachments for that Tau can take. But the other one is called Kayun, which is a buff on the last 3 battle rounds. So battle round 3, 4, 5. So you do need to wait for your buff to kick in. But that detachment has it so that all your guns get sustained as 1 instead. So which is amazing. And then if your guys get buffed during those 3 battle rounds as well, you can just ignore the hit modifier or ballistic skill modifier. So things like popping smoke or getting stealth or -1 to hits for like injuries and stuff like that. Yeah, you can just ignore that on the last 3 battle rounds. So it really like Tau already even without those attachments, Tau has a very steady line of damage that they can do. But those buffs obviously will really take them over the edge when you use it properly. So those are the 2 detachments. There are other detachments that just last the whole game as regular detachments do. But yeah, if you use those attachments, which I do use one of them for my most sweatiest of all the Tau lists, yeah, you do have to kind of work your way around that and to plan your battles around outputting the most damage from those buffs. So that's kind of the way to do it. Yeah. But that depends. I don't know if your guy was using any of those detachments, but because that's only 2 out of the 6 that are available for Tau. 6, right? If I counted that right? Yeah, there should be 6. Yeah, there's 6 detachments total. There's only 2 that are turn dependent. Okay, let's go. Is really all 5 terms though. He said getting sustained was modified and spotting. Yeah, add. Okay. And we'll wait for you. Unfortunately, Twitch loves to be greedy about this. Even though I'm just affiliated, but such is life. Oh, jeez, the base didn't stick. Hang on. Oh, the base fell off. Let's go get it. All right, how are we going to attach the back part of this guy? Cable needs to come around this way. I have to let that one sit, and then let's go get a few of his arms. His arms are 49 and 51. Okay, 49 and 51. Over here. Okay. All right, add over. Okay, yes. Yeah. So as we were saying, yeah. So the one they use for the sustained hits, it only lasts for the last 3 battle rounds of the game. So that is unfortunate that he kind of cheated on that one, maybe unknowingly. But the codex is very specific about having it on the last 3 battle rounds for the sustained hits one to kick in. And then the ignore modifiers while spotting, that's still correct, but also only in the last 3 battle rounds. So it's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, some people often forget that that is the condition to be met, but in other case, yeah, you can definitely still, even though they're only active for 3 battle rounds, both of those attachments are very strong, and many people do use that in the competitive scene as well. Yeah, so at least for me personally, I do like the assault one better, the faster one, the killing blow, because getting the assault on the guns and the lethal hits, it just really takes like a 1 turn, maybe 2, if you stage everything properly, and then you just go full unloading on like either turn 2 or turn 3, and then you can really knock people off of the board, which again, people get upset about that Tau have a crazy amount of shooting. Like, it's kind of funny with the group that I play with online the most. Some of them really believe that Tau need to be nerfed just because of the way that I've completely ruined their day. Yeah, but that Tau is not. They are not the problem in either casual or competitive 40k. But you know, just from personal experience, people don't like it. But that's their problem. Yep. So Avidian needs to get it. Yep. Yeah. That's definitely the way the Grey Knights are going to play around, is just to go up and down and stuff like that. Yeah. Yep. I mean, that's all that they really can do, is just to shoot. We have like 1 leader that's good in melee and regular Tau stuff, and the rest of it just has to be shooting. So some people just don't understand it. Yep, that's the wrong side. Okay, so let's wait for this part to set, and then we'll go grab it. Yep. Yeah, so at least for me, I personally like Tau the most because of their abilities. They have guns specific for just about every scenario. So you got your great big anti-tank weapons, you got your anti-vehicle weapon. Well, I guess, yeah, they're both the same. So anti-tank, anti-vehicle. Then you've got like anti-elite, or anti-elites I think are like the best in the game, to be able to really rain down like 2-3 damage weapons with high AP. So yeah, I mean, I think I would say the difference between Tau and Guarmia, so there's a lot of similarities because they're both gun line, but the main difference in my eyes, because my brother is a Militarum player, and I can definitely tell. I mean, for one, is that the tanks in Militarum have obviously the best value, without a doubt, because their tanks have the most guns, which is just crazy. Yeah, but the Militarum don't necessarily have very good support units, if that makes much sense. Like they have leaders, of course, which is like the main army rule, right? Giving out orders. But in terms of actually getting support for things, they don't really have that. It just a lot of units are kind of standalone with the leader, and then you just unload everything. And the one thing for sure is that a lot of guard things they kind of lack in rerolls. I mean, yes, there's a couple of notable ones that do have good rerolls on them, but most of the guard stuff, yeah, they a lot of it would be standalone, right? You just have your standalone, like you have your Cadian units, right? Your blob of 20 Cadians, got a couple leaders on them, like Command Squad, Ursula Creed, whatever, just throw them out there, right? So, yeah. Well, singing from YouTube, yeah, I'm just building some Space Marines right now. Got some Hellblasters with our plasma weapons. We're actually getting our way through. This is number 7. This guy's number 7 out of 10. Yeah. Yep, that's right. Yep. So with Guardia, I mean, you die, you can replenish them with combined arms at least, but a lot of them are kind of meant to be very standalone. So you get your blob of Cadians, get your leaders, throw them out there, they die, whatever, right? But not so much with Tau. I mean, yes, you obviously have to get used to trading units, especially with the more elite army, but you usually try to keep all your guys alive because if you keep them alive, that's a lot more damage output you can get on the next turn. So that's kind of the way the mentality works, at least in my perspective of things. All right, let's go ahead and attach this gun here. Let's see. Can we align the cable up properly? Yep. I'm playing this guard player once as well as final round of this Red T. This is very meta, but found out he's running Gaunt's Ghost. It wasn't. Oh, okay. Wow. Okay, so you won by default because he took a unit that wasn't part of the list. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. For sure, yeah. Guard, though, yeah, they have a quite expansive codex. It's kind of interesting. I know some guard players who complain that their codex isn't big, which is kind of like what are you talking about? The Tau codex is a lot smaller, but again, it's just what people want, right? So, all right, well, yeah, looks like you actually know how to play. Were you playing your Grey Knights against them? Because it seems like you seem to have a lot of experience in playing. If you can go undefeated on RTT. Yeah, all right. Yeah. At least for me, I like memeing it up with the. Yes. Yeah, autism for games, exactly. Yeah. Well, that fits the right audience for Warhammer for sure. But at least for me, yeah, the funniest thing about Knights to me is was it? I'm forgetting the name, but they have their fast attachment too, where their vehicles get assault. So I just take a bunch of Dread Knights and bash them through walls with their stratagem, which people aren't ready for, which I think is hilarious. But yeah, for one, I think for that, Grey Knights are the funniest for me because you can get a lot of shock value with whatever you take. So obviously, like your Terminators, they'll come back, right? If one dies, don't worry, he'll come back, right? Or like you get the Dread Knights and they'll bash through a wall like Kool-Aid Man, and then you get into melee. Get these shoulder pads on here. It was Ultramarine Gladius on choose Chaos Knights with 9 War Dogs. Okay. I don't think it was Guard, yeah. Yeah. Which attachment do you use then for your Grey Knights that you competed in? At least for me, I think at least the one that made the most sense to me was the one where you make that leadership test and try to get the I think it is Banishers, right? You roll the leadership test and you can get the sustained or lethals on your melees. I think that one is the most useful for Grey Knights all around. Do we have another one? Let's see. We're getting close here. So this is number 7. Got 3 more to go. 4740, yeah. Oh yeah. I know Banishers for sure. They are, at least to me when I looked over them, that seems like the most utility one because getting the keyword. That's one thing I noticed. Yeah. That the unfortunate part about the Grey Knights, I mean, the Fs, of course, are really good in melee, but they don't necessarily have very many ways to reroll or get keywords. Yeah, so definitely Banishers will be the one to do it because getting sustains on their force weapons is you can deal a lot of damage on with those guys. Let's see, do we have a 52 over here? We have 53. That's 35. I'm looking at it backwards. 52. All right. Yep. So yeah, your big dreadnoughts as well. Yeah, I know for sure. Yeah, the uppy downy really does help out with Grey Knights and their mobility. Like you take units of Terminators and they only move like 5 inches, and that's right. Oh, the little ones. Are they Redemptors? I'm already thinking about something else. Yeah, but the small Dreadnoughts, not the Dread Knights. But yeah, being able to, I think that's, people often overlook it because like they have to, like, what's the deal about the whole up and down issue with Grey Knights? But definitely that gives them all the mobility that they need for sure. 13, 14 here. Let's see, we need this body too, which is going to be 40, 45, 46. It's 46 right here. Plus one to shooting, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was trying to think that because when I was first looking at it like a month or two ago, there's kind of the issue because they don't necessarily have supporting. Let me double check that. Did they update that? I don't remember seeing anything about that. Yeah, actually making me very curious. I want to double check on New Recruit right now. Yeah. So we have, wait, for vehicles, because there's a Dread Knight, but there's a Venerable Dreadnought, yeah. And then each time guys makes attack. Okay, adding one hither. Okay, yes, yeah, the Venerable Dreadnought. Yep, the character. That's right. Yep, 140. Okay, yes. All right, yeah. So that definitely would help out in all your, because all attacks get +1 to hit, which is quite crazy. But that will definitely help you out a lot more with your damage outputs. 45, 46. So in your case, how many did you run of those venerable dreadnoughts? Because I can see at 140 you can easily just take 3 on a 2,000 point list. Because the kind of value that you get, yeah. And then with Crow's unit, yes, yeah, the flamer, yeah. So when you have Crow, right? So with the purifying flames, well, you don't necessarily auto hit because a 1 on a hit on any roll is an automatic failure. So you hit on 2s though, which is really good with the extra attacks. Yeah, and then yeah, you take Stone Crow, get the extra attack on your purifying flames, and then so you hit on 2, and then you wound on 2s against infantry, which is absolutely nuts. Yeah, with AP -2 1 damage each, you can definitely get a lot of things going for you on that. Yep, and then you'll get your rerolls. Yeah, you're rerolling rerolling wounds as well. But because of anti-infantry 2, you basically just reroll the wound roll entirely, which is kind of nuts. But yep, so that's definitely quite the combo when you get all those guys clicking together. Yep. Well, yeah, Crow. It's just Crow himself, right? It's the yeah, this model, yeah. So Crow himself will be able to get reroll hit rolls on his weapons, but the regular unit, they'll just hit on 2s, which is still really good. Yeah, just hitting on 2s, wounding on 2s for infantry, you can really wipe out a bunch of infantry squads out of nowhere with that. The purifies detachment is 4 rerolls. Okay. Oh yeah, the hallowed ground. Yeah, I actually haven't seen many people use hallowed ground out of all the detachments. I suppose because it requires a lot of setup for you to be able to gain control of the map like that. Ah, let's see. What did I use for this one? Okay. Well, yeah, a different one, another ad. Unfortunate. Twitch is really just flinging them all at you because you're the prime target here. I'm gonna get another power pack here. All right, you're back. All right, cool. So, yeah, as I was saying, at least for me, the one I found most interesting was the Brotherhood Strike detachment, because then you get the buff off of Deep Strike, which yeah, I mean, obviously you're not getting the keywords, but getting the rerolls for that I think would be quite interesting. I haven't really had a chance to try out that list yet online. Oh, have to sand this down first. I think reactive moves are like most important in the meta. Oh yes, yeah. No, reactive moves can definitely get you out of a pinch for sure. I think a lot of it has to do with the if your opponent knows you have them or not. Because I think hopefully most opponents, if they have to know beforehand, if they can catch on that you have them, then then they have to just play around it. But for sure, still, even with that, reactive moves are definitely one that is worth every command point to really get your guys out of a pinch, depending on the situation. Let's see. So we get that. We need 53. Here. It's got 6 out, sticky at start move to shoot, try to kill you, melee up. Yes, I could definitely see that as a really big combo you can do with your strike team to sticky like that. Yeah, no, the strike team for Grey Knights having sticky. I was thinking like I think strike team is almost like one of the best battle units in the game for just how much they can do. Because you get sticky, they save on 2s, which is amazing. They got great melee weapons. They can take special weapons. So, and all for the low cost of how much? Strike. Well, it costs 120. So yeah, I mean it is a little bit pricey, but still, without a doubt, you get every bit of your points worth with those guys, given just how much utility that they can do. And because then even with that, because then they have that utility, right? Yeah, then you can still deep strike, pick them up, deep strike, sticky up other objectives. Yeah, it's crazy what they can do. Manage to for 5 a field of pain on 1 damage opens for these. Yep. That is 1 as well. Yeah, I think I remember seeing that one. Yeah, feel no pain on 1 damage attacks. Yeah, for just 1 command point. Yep. Yeah. So I know for sure the Gate of Eternity does help you with board control, but at least for me, the reason why I don't see as many people jumping on Grey Knights and stuff like that, just because even with that, you still have a very elite army, and so that does kind of run you off a little bit. Yeah, run you off a little bit for board control, because when your key action units die, then you kind of run into a problem. Yeah, you can get screened. Right? You obviously screening is one thing, as well as if your key action units, so not your main big guys, but your key action units, if they die, then you can fall behind on points very easily on like secondaries as well as primary. So at least the way I see it, whenever I look at Grey Knight's list, I'm like, I guess our focus here is just to table out the opponent, right? Your opponent can't score if they just kill all their units, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The perfect space outs, yeah, and then that thing, that's for sure one thing that Grey Knights will suffer. Yeah, if you like big infantry armies, getting good space outs, and then just keeping you on one side of the board and just keep gunning you down. As a guard player, I can see how that could work. Yeah, but I think that's what makes Militarum so strong is that because they don't have too many elite units. Like quite literally, their elite units are like tanks. Yeah, they're like they can have so much more board control if they do like heavy on their infantry. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, but Grey Knights for sure. That's the thing. You kind of lose almost every trade per se. I mean, if you get good value, you get good value. But yeah, for trading, definitely, yeah, that's kind of that's kind of the unfortunate mentality that you fall into is that you don't want to trade either one for ones, right, or for like unit per unit because then you're just gonna fall behind. So that is definitely something you have to contend with whenever you play against other armies with with lots of infantry and enough things to that they're very okay with trading. Let's see, 51 and 49. That's what I need. It's not going to be here. Huh. Am I missing an arm? What is going on here? That's 51. Okay. Oh, you sold your green heads right after that. Okay. Yeah. That is unfortunate. So I guess that's why you're switching over to regular Space Marines. Yeah, yeah, I can see why. For Grey Knights players, if you go against mass infantry or oh, it's Chaos Space Marines. Okay, yeah, but I can definitely see why some people would get frustrated on that. Yeah, at least even for me too. Like oh, demons, no, very nice. Yeah, I actually that reminds me. Just the other day, we played like a casual 2v2 off stream though with some friends. Yeah, Shadow Legion. Okay, because I got an online friend. He really likes playing Tzeentch demons, so the Scintillation Legion, and then he was complaining the whole time that his army sucks. I didn't get it. He had a lot of things. It's just that they just died to because I was playing with a teammate. My teammate was playing Chaos Knights. Yeah, and so he just kind of got out bested by elite versus elite because he had both the I think was his name, Kairos, so the yeah the big bird, and then and he also had the Lord of Change. So he had two big birds, and then a few other infantry stuff, but he was still complaining that everything stank. Yeah, Fate Weaver. Well, no, isn't Kairos the Fate Weaver? Or am I tripping? Because it was Kairos, and then it was the Lord of Change, right? The one big bird with one head. Yeah, and that was his main units. He even took a regular Demon Prince, and then he had a few other infantry guys, but it was still, it just was not enough. I don't know. I can see the appeal because obviously, oh yes, yeah, the Benjamin hitting hard, of course, but I don't know. Like the from what I see, like there is a lot of utility you can get with Tzeentch demons, no doubt. With your flux, with being able to like I think his number one strat is gonna be the getting plus. I think what it was +4 strength, isn't it? +4 strength at an AP, or +3 strength at an AP with the stratagem. Like that's crazy to get onto any weapon that he wants. But people will always complain. I mean, I'm not innocent either. Before Tau had a rework, which happened like 3 months ago. Yeah. Oh, -1 period. Wow. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. It just indeed, obviously the scintillating legion, the one that he was using. That was the most flavorful one, because it was the Grotmus detachment. So I mean, I do enjoy Grotmus detachments because they're all filled with flavor, but they're not necessarily very good. Yeah. But at least for that, that's actually one thing I'm kind of thankful about with Tau being kind of like the one of the lesser known of the factions or lesser talked about, is because I remember because demons when I was playing early in the year, right? Demons were completely took over the competitive scene until they got hit with the massive nerf from GW, right? And then same thing with the same thing for orcs as well, because when orcs got their newest detachment to just shoot people off the board, right? Everyone was playing it, and then GW realized they made a mistake, and now orcs are no longer really a problem. Sadly, at least until they get worked on again. Yeah. The corn detachment is bad if others yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess yeah, because Shadow Legion is when I looked at it, Shadow Legion is like the best attachment that gives you all around buffs for all the guys. It's just that people, at least that friend I was playing with, he really just wanted to be as flavorful as he could with his army, and we were just playing casually, so it really did make a difference. But that is one thing for sure that I'm slightly thankful about, is that with Tau is that they don't necessarily get a lot of attention, so they wouldn't be really on the table to get nerfs. They've actually been on the up with getting a lot of buffs, actually, points wise, and things like that, which is very nice. But of course, to the dismay of everyone else in my playgroup. Yeah, but as I said before, I'm not innocent of complaining either, because before Tau got their rework, um, a few months ago, which actually made things make sense for their things. Yeah, I was complaining that Tau was stinking because they were not very good back then, but now they are, at least very playable to me. Eve Oath of Moment, yeah, yep, yeah. So Oath of Moment for sure, yeah. For the veterans of Long War, yeah, that is definitely the one of the best ones to use. I personally, whenever I play Chaos Space Marines, I just like the Alpha Legion, so I always use the Alpha Legion detachment, the Deceptors. Not necessarily very good, but I do like it as a well-rounded army for sure for Chaos Space Marines, because there's a lot of flavor you can get with their stuff, and then we'll see however long it takes for GW to give Iron Warriors some love with the things that you can do with them. Yep. Yeah. It's such yeah. That was the coolest thing, because their enhancement, you can literally just swap out the data card. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. Yeah, but yeah, at least the being able to get your infiltrating to get early board control, and then just work on a couple of things. Yeah. Oh yes. Oh yeah. But that's a very interesting paint scheme. Yeah, I know a lot of people love that paint scheme of the actual transitioning, or the Alpha Legion Marine that's phasing between disguises. It's definitely always a vibe. But I'm pretty sure a whole pain in the butt to paint. Okay, that takes care of that part. The begging, your hands are begging for freedom. Yes, indeed. That is when you have to go to that level of detail, I'm sure that would happen. Let's go get this guy's helmet, some shoulder pads, and that will be Mr. Number 8 done out of our 10 guys. Helmet, shoulder pads. Yeah, I mean, I do like Hell Blasters. They have a lot too. Obviously, it does fit in with the theme of the Dark Angels because they also love their plasma weapons. But for sure, the funniest thing that happened to me with Hell Blasters, plasma color. I kind of want to keep it to blue, but I also, man, I loved way back then. Another ad. Okay, unfortunate. That is Mr. Ray. All right, and you're back. Yeah. So, as I was saying, for the plasma color, as I know the classic one is just that light blue that they have now on the box, but I really liked way back in fourth edition. They had plasma as a light green. Just that off to see how challenging it is to do green on green because these are Dark Ages of me painting green. So I think I can try to have some fun with that because I do have a lot of range of greens that I have paints that I had to buy. So I can use that. Again, I can still use the light blue as well because I have some colors for that. But I'd like to try they're obviously these are gonna be darker green for the armor and then a much lighter fluorescent green for their plasma weapons. Hopefully that should work. We'll have to experiment and be a little brave about that. Okay, let's see. It looks like we got the last section here. So let's see, 54 and 55. Let's see, this was a 55 model, I believe. A 54 model. So let's see, 55 should be able to connect to this. Yeah, I know. Yeah, there a lot of people have been using. I think there's a little bit of shift. Some people to stand it out. They like a bright orange on their plasma. But yeah, the gun color. Yeah, I think the gun itself. Yeah, being red makes the most sense. Yeah, and then red and then bit of silver on some underparts of the gun, and then the main coil will be just metallic. Now I am not one to do non-metallic metal. I did. I've seen my brother do it. I'm like, bro, I'm not spending that much time drawing that many lines. So we'll have to just be a little cheat and just use regular shiny silver paint. But that's just the way it's got to go. All right, hopefully this is the correct. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, I cut out this guy a long time ago as a mistake. Yeah, hopefully we can get that to match that because I know one thing as well that drew my eye way back then as well. This is like fourth edition back in like 2009. Was that the way they made Necrons back then as well? Is that the parts on their guns, like their Gauss weapons and Tesla weapons, instead of you painting them in for the green parts, they actually had a fluorescent green plastic part that you threw on there, and I thought that was amazing. But now you just paint that color on. Yeah. And cheat on all the painting. Yeah, yeah. Shortcuts on painting are great. They just make life so much easier. So yeah, not really. I'm not listening to anyone saying that you got to do this or that. Like, nah, I just want these guys ready for the tabletop. I like the way it looks, and that's that. 57, 56. That's these guys here. Okay, and then let's go get another power pack off this guy. Yep. Oh, HP and MP card. Okay. Yes, we are actually on the same line here. Yes. Yep. I also am a former Magic player. I've had enough of Wizards nonsense after, what was it? It was after they announced Final Fantasy, actually. That was early this summer. But yeah, I had enough of that. So yeah, I know for sure. Yeah, buying heavily played cards. Yeah, that's the thing. But at least for me as well, because obviously in Commander, right, when you build multiple decks, you're going to reuse a lot of cards and reuse expensive cards and stuff like that. So, I actually printed a lot of proxies in my time, and friends would buy them off me too for a very cheap price. Because I'm not, we were not buying the One Ring 8 times, right? There's no point in doing that. So yeah, just proxying cards that you already owned to not have to deal with the nonsense of buying a $20 card for 4 different decks. That's just a waste of money. And now, after leaving the hobby, I realized that just how much of a waste of money it is for cheap cardboard rectangles, with some of them being shiny. Yeah, I finally broken out of the disillusionment of yearning for those plastic rectangles or cardboard rectangles. Yeah. Yeah, 10 fetches 3 times. Yeah, I absolutely not doing that. Yeah, no, not 10 fetches, not 10 shock lands. No. We're not doing any of that. So, at least thankfully, at least in my experience, right, no one really had any issue with the rule about that, right? If you proxy cards you already own, right, that should not be a problem because you're just saving the time to remove cards back and forth. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean that was like one of the biggest debates we had when we first started playing. Like, what do we do? Like, I want to build another deck, but like I have like these 5 cards that are worth like $50. I don't want to buy them again, right? And I don't want to spend 5 minutes re-sleeving them from one deck to another. So yeah, so we made a compromise. Well, yeah, we made the decision that you can use proxy cards that you already owned, and then I went ahead and bought a Shack printer, a great old Epson EcoTank, which is the still printer that I use today because it's a great printer. And then with a few Photoshop magic, we can actually put custom arts on our card, which is hilarious. So it was, as they say, a different time back then. But now, instead of wasting money on cardboard rectangles, we spend our money on plastic figurines that you have to build and paint yourselves. So, what a way to go. Yep. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, same exact sleeves. Yeah, but I guess the issue in that too is that because sometimes, yeah, if I had the same sleeve on different decks, then like I have to keep counting back up to 100 every time you to play to make sure that I had all the cards, and that took some time. So yeah, that's right. The proxying and printing out cards. Yeah, custom arts are always one thing. Do I have any on me? I might have. Maybe I should pull one up. I have them laying around somewhere. Let's see if I can grab one. Let's see here. That's not it. That's not it either. Shoot, I think the rest of them are in my car otherwise. Or you know what? I think what I could do, yeah. I have a uncut sheet lying around somewhere that one of my friends haven't picked up yet. If I can go ahead and find it real quick. Where is it? Not you. Ah, yes, right here. All right. Oh, that took a little bit of digging, but yes, corporals will always love to take money, but this is where you do your own thing. So this is an uncut sheet of some proxies that a friend hadn't picked up yet. So yeah, we just put our custom art. This guy loved Chainsaw Man, so and the Minecraft movie when that came out. So we just did with some Photoshop art. We had to just print these out, laminate them to match the weight of a card, and just cut them up and cut the corners. So that was the whole thing that we did for a little while until I've had enough. So yeah. But now looks like yeah, I'm still spending some time because when I looked at the price to buy the side missions or the secondary missions for the chapter approved cards, I just I'm like I'm not paying $60, bro. So I'm still working on trying to print out all the secondary mission cards because I am not spending that much money for just secondary mission cards. I do not have the app yet. I actually tried not to use my phone as much while playing. Surprisingly, I mean, I do have the actual data cards. I did buy those for my army, but I know there's an app for it when I saw people use it. But at least just for me, like I like the physical cards, but that just requires a bit of printing. So I mean, I have the resources to do it, so it just takes a little bit to finish that project. Yeah, because a lot of times when I am using the phone, we have to always look up rules or other nonsense because Warhammer is a hard game. So yeah, usually try to keep it up. I know maybe I should be using the app. Now to think about it, yeah, yeah, and it can hold photos too. Yeah, so maybe I should use the app. I should stop being such a stickler about it and just get to doing that. Okay, so we let this one set and then we'll grab his guns here. 58 all the way to 62. Yeah. Let's see if he's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I think that should be a resource I should look into because normally I just play when I play actually on on in real life in the tabletop. Yeah, it's just like oh we'll just figure it out as to how to do like points and stuff like that. But I think definitely using the app would be make life a lot easier. $59 and $58. Yeah. Yeah. I'll definitely have to try that next time I do play on the tabletop. But at least for now, this is still a bit new because at least for the most part, because I mostly play with my brother the most, and he actually doesn't really like he really doesn't like the way that Warhammer is played currently. At least in terms of all the L-shaped ruins and all that stuff and lines of sight. So whenever he plays, usually just like just kill each other. For screw the points. All right, just try to table each other and we'll just see what happens, which is quite fun. It's a pretty laid back experience just to see how much damage you guys can output. So we need 61. Yep. Yeah, asymmetrical missions. Yeah, but we just don't even bother with missions. Just like whatever, man. Like you brought your stuff, I brought my stuff. Let's just deploy them and just start bashing them into each other and see what happens. because that's where list like taking at least with my brother. He loves the Rogaldorn tank because that's more or less my nemesis as a Tau player, but he loves whipping those out and just when he can't. It's either just all Dorns or just all infantry, and I just get super annoyed. See, we got both arms, and we need 13-14 again. 13-14, right. But at least that's the thing for me too, because I'm the one who's responsible to teach all the new people how to play Warhammer if they're interested. So like, I always have to cut the game back because like, no, I can't. We can't do missions because that's gonna take way too long, and they already have to figure out how to do wound rules properly, right? So it's a lot of times it's just gonna be just let's just go get your stuff and just try to kill each other and see how you like it. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. Asymmetrical. I think. Yeah, I did see when I was in Vegas for the Las Vegas Open. I did see people do a lot of the narratives, which was going to be asymmetrical. And so like there's like attack and defense, and then lots of things like that. Which I think I should start to try and convince some people to start doing some more to add some more flavor to their gameplay. Okay. All right, so we need to base this guy first. Adds another secondary. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Jeez, I didn't slice off this guy's sprue part. Yeah, I'll definitely have to look into that as well for some good old attack and defense to spice it up. And also, yeah, I think it'll make sense either if it's one secondary or you do fixed objectives, so that way you can stay focused on just at least for the most part you get some like assassination. All right, let's just get rid of all his characters. Let's go. Okay, so we got that. We'll keep working on his back and gun. Let's first work on this. Yeah, because I think one of the key things that when I was in Vegas, I did see one of the narratives where a dude and his friend they're playing both orcs into, I think it was Custodes and Space Marines, or no, it was I think it was Militarum and Custodes. But then both orc players they brought the massive stompas, so the 800 point orc walkers, and like each of them brought at least one, and then they just took up the whole board. I'm like, oh, this is crazy. All right, yeah. So yeah, that's for sure. I think adding a bit more immersion to a game that won't have very many missions for new players. I think the asymmetrical should be a thing I should start implementing more to be able to get people to get more immersed to the great old grimdark 40k universe and what the game itself can offer as well. Hmm. This hand is doing a great job sticking to my fingers rather than the actual parts that are glued, of course. All right. State of One right now, what do you see it going? Yeah, I know there's a lot of talk about the 11th edition and what they can offer. I mean, I don't mind currently. I mean, that's the thing. I'm much more in the mindset because this is kind of the paradigm that I got after I was discussing about my brother about the issues. Because after playing online for quite a while, then every session that I had, there's a mandatory 10-minute argument about the rules and how the things work in the game. The biggest complaint, of course, as a former Magic player, you might know as well that obviously Magic. The one good thing about Magic is that after so many years of game evolution, right, the developers decided to make the comprehensive rules of the game, so you can actually easily look things up for specific interactions of the way that the game operates. Of course, unfortunately, there is none of that in Warhammer, so that's a little bit upsetting, at least to me, obviously as a former Magic player. But something that my brother did say is that, for one, right, Games Workshop made it very clear that Warhammer is not the game they're trying to sell you. They want to sell you the models. It just so happens you can play a game with them, right? And so that made a lot more sense in my head after understanding that. So at least for me, I don't really take too much of an issue with the state of the game and what people complain about as well, right? Because as I understand it as well, right, Games Workshop wants to sell you their plastic models. You can play the game on your own time. So um, yeah. So without a doubt, though, I don't think that there's really anything game breaking in the game. But still, for 11th edition, I would like to see, at least for me, the current way detachments work. I was really hoping to see that in the future there could be better ways you can synergize all different parts of what armies can take. As a Tau player, like I was really hoping better ways you can really implement things like Kroot and other auxiliary units like the Vespids into the army. There is technically one detachment that does it, but you have to run specifically that detachment, and it's not the best. It's all right, but it's not the best. So, at least for me. And then the issue about aircraft as well. They got to do something about that. Aircraft are complete hot garbage right now. So if Games Workshop can figure something out, because I'm pretty sure they're itching to sell more planes again, back to the main audience. So I'm sure they will work something around in that in 11th as well. So both of those. I don't know. I don't know if they can ever do anything to really streamline line of sight, because it's always hard to explain to new players as well, like how line of sight works and how you can see or not see through footprints. My goodness, I have to every time I think about it, I have to refer back to the Goodhammer's main article about ruins and line of sight every single time I play, just because it's very nuanced on how that works, and lines of sight and footprints and all that nonsense. So we'll have to see. I doubt Games Workshop will really fix that, but hopefully, at least my first hope is at least being able to really flavorize people's armies a bit more. But we'll have to see. Because at least through all my experience, like even though there are people would say that their army is, or like the codex or the rules is garbage, like chaos demons suck or orcs suck or this or that sucks, like I kind of don't really see it, because like the way that Warhammer works, it's a fairly balanced game. Like there are balancing factors. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like surprisingly, even through all the issues that Warhammer faces, it's a pretty fairly balanced game through and through. A lot of it just has to be the way that you play, and unfortunately, that also means that how you capitalize on people's mistakes will be the great equalizer. Um, it is unfortunate, but that's kind of like the way it is, like in almost like a game of chess, right? Like if you can capture your opponent's blunders, you can very easily win games, right? And minimize your own. But such is the way with any game that's going to be loosely related to strategy. So that's just the way that it is, you know. Yeah. Yeah, melee. I don't see a problem with melee, even if I play more shooty armies. Like melee, I think is a good is pretty okay as it is right now. Maybe we have to figure out ways that that other shooty armies can handle it, but still, I don't see a problem. Yeah, because yeah, oh yeah, this way you're going to need terrain for sure because yeah, the gun without terrain I understand the gunline armies will get out of hand real fast without terrain to buffer that. Like, I mean, people that don't play terrain properly, like they get so surprised that my Tau army just shoots them completely off the board. Just because if you don't play the cover properly, you will get outgunned every time. But even then, yeah, I am hoping to see if there are better ways to work around because L-shaped terrain is indeed the most boring thing in the world. That's just very unfortunate. I mean, I do understand you need access points and firing lanes done properly, and that's why L-shaped ruins are used. But you know, the boards just look so uninspiring. Models are great, of course, right? People pull up to these tournaments, you know, great painted, great painting, you know, great modeling, right? Kit bashing, amazing, right? Yeah, but the issue with L-shaped terrain is so boring. We gotta figure something out about that. Like, I'd understand if they were all C-shaped terrain. That's my thing, right? With the issue of footprints and line of sight. If the terrain were C-shaped, so that you'd fully understand where you can and cannot see a unit, like that makes so much more sense. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Age of Sigmar, yeah, that indeed, yeah. There's that's I know there's the whole thing. I personally don't really find very many things that are appealing to me for Age of Sigmar, but um, again, when I play on actual tabletop, yeah, we do have footprint. Well, at least when we go to the game store, we use their footprints and it's there, but like just in my eyes, right? Like when I look at down at the table, I'm like, okay, my tank is gonna roll up, and like I can easily when I put my eye behind the tank, I can very easily see your guys behind there, right? But then obviously because of footprint rules, right, you can't actually see the unit behind the footprint, which I'm like, why? It is so stupid, but again, that's just the way that it is to streamline the way line of sight works and cover. Now, let's say if it was a C-shaped piece of terrain, right, that kind of covers in all the directions that it's meant to cover, like good, that makes sense. You're basically hiding inside of a building, right? I shouldn't be able to shoot you if you're trying to hide behind that. But like, oh no, there's a footprint, so like you just can't see him. Like, why? All right, that is Mr. Number 9 done. So we only have one more model to go, and that'll be it for all 10 Hellblasters that we got. Let's see, so it's still going to be the same. It's the 54 and 55. Oh, nice. Maybe not slap my camera. Well, yeah, I get what you're trying to say, that it's supposed to, yeah, again, but like it works but also doesn't work like that in terms of like yeah, it's covering like that side because like again, you just move a little bit and then you can easily shoot as if there's like nothing at all, right? And then if they step 1 foot inside of that, you just unload all your guns, right? Again, I understand it's a way to streamline the way that line of sight works and the way cover works, right? But I just would personally say that having C-shaped ruins would make more sense. But I also understand, of course, the reason why you can't have C-shaped ruins is because then you can't get vehicles anywhere. Vehicles won't be able to move out anywhere at all because they'll have the extra walls blocking your path. So it is a bit of a conundrum, but yeah. Well, if they're inside always recover, that's a yes and a no. Again, just the way that, yeah. So again, it's a conundrum. I understand. I'm not saying Games Workshop has to change anything. It's just that my brain can't make all those connections, trying to imagine all that's going on just because a unit is behind a footprint or in a footprint or 1 foot in, 1 foot out, right? Like we're doing the hokey pokey or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. So that's just the way it is. Again, it's just a way to streamline it, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. Like, oh yeah, you understand the risk if you dip a toe inside that footprint, then you are dead. But then again, I'm not really much to. I don't really have such a big case to complain, as the Tau main, right? The biggest complaint about people who play against Tau is that cover is just a piece of advice, right? Cover does nothing if you play against Tau, just because they have such a great way to remove it. So that at least that's just for me. That's why I don't really complain too much about the issue about like the amount of terrain there is. Right, line of sight rules, that's a different thing. But like the issue that, oh, like there's too much terrain, like gunline armies can't shoot. Like, well, as a Tau player, that's not really much of a problem. You can, so long as you can get one bit of line of sight, cover is no longer a reality for opponents. Okay, let's see. Oh, we need the main body here. We'll get a power pack off this guy and 44, 54, 55. All right. Yeah. So the thing is with Tau, in terms of if you want to remove cover, it's not really model specific, as it is. It's quite literally just a piece of equipment. So for almost all Tau models or Tau units, if anyone is a spotter, you can take a piece of equipment called a marker light. Usually it comes in a drone form, and so if a unit has marker light to them, which is just a piece of equipment, you can, whoever they spot, they will no longer have cover whenever you shoot against them. So that's just very easy. Yeah, it's literally just equipment. So every support unit that Tau takes, you always take it, and then one of the other support units, they also just have it inherently. So yeah, there's gonna be at least 5. Usually in a 2,000 point army, you should expect at least 5 different support units. Well, 5 total units, right? They're two different units, but basically 5 of them on the board, at least, or at least 4 to 5 of them on the board. That, well, yeah, they'll just spot something up. As long as if they have line of sight, they can just spot anything they want. So there's no range to it. There's no range limit. It's just you can see the target, you spot the target, and when they do, then yeah, cover it no longer is a thing for that unit until the end of the phase. So yeah, so that is a lot of fun. It makes people very upset, but you know, what can I say? That's just the way Tau was meant to be played. Yeah. So usually the main complaint when I talk to Militarum players, right, they get upset because like, oh, like we have to, you have to use orders that you still get cover, and we hit natively on fours, and like, yeah, whatever, man. Like, if before Tau had the rework, orders were far better, because before Tau you had to designate every one. It's a 1-to-1 that Tau was able to do. So only one Tau support unit will support one other Tau unit. That was before the rework, and that drove me wild because that was so dumb. You had to keep spending so many points of things for support units, and it was so crazy. And then the moment you lost those support units, you just fall flat on your face. So thankfully they changed it now a few months ago, where one support unit will support the whole army, which makes a lot more sense because the way it works in the lore is that they're all basically connected to each other, right? They can communicate well with each other, so they're all very well connected to be able to spot and target things for each other. Yeah. Also add, okay. Oh yeah. Yep. So yeah, that's the thing about that. Yeah, because Eldari, because they fully inhibit the glass cannon behavior, my jaw dropped when I first saw an Eldari fire dragon. So the ones with the melta guns, because like I was used to Space Marine Eradicators. You spend 100 points for 3 of them, right? Yes, they're quite nice because they hit on fours, and then you get full rerolls against vehicles. Like that's cool, right? But they only move on fives, and they're pretty expensive, and they don't have good leaders, right? But when I first saw an Eldari Fire Dragon, I'm like, what is this? Like you can take like 6 of them. They have a great leader, and then they just get like Melta 6 on their guns with full rerolls. I'm like, this is wild. Like for sure, I love Tau for their tank. Yeah, I love the tank killing capabilities. People get very upset, right? Because Tau have a 72-inch railgun, which have death wounds on it and strength 20, which is hilarious. But when I saw Fire Dragons, like, what actually is going on here, right? Like, and you paid only like what 160 points for this? Like that's crazy. Yeah, but yeah, infantry meta is gonna be one thing, but I mean, but that's the thing though, because like the reason why infantry meta works, yeah, but at least in my mind, right? The reason why infantry meta works is well because we're in an era where obviously Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights are really good, right? So if your army is not ready for anti-vehicle, you will get trounced in any tournament. Right, obviously, right? You don't have anti-vehicle, you will get complete trounced by Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights. Thankfully for Militarum, you do get pretty good ways to combat that. Obviously, with lethal hits with well, actually, you don't get lethal hits anymore. What is it though? Obviously, you still get plasma guns, you still get melta guns on your infantry blobs. You can huck grenades however many times you need to, and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think for sure, because of the way that knights run the tables, is that the melta mines. You say exactly melta mines, right? Melta guns, right? And then lots of basic, for lack of a better term, trash units or fodder units to slow down knights, or that kind of push up on you. Yeah, there's there's so many options you can take. So if that in that case, right, if you're not ready for an infantry unit, infantry army, then you're also cooked. But there's less of those around. Yeah. So yeah, because yeah, exactly. Because melt to mines, there is no limit, right? Whoever's got him can just huck him. So yeah, you can just mortal down like a 30 wound knight, no problem, with enough mines if you can get close enough. Yep. Yep. And then you grenade them. Yep. And then you grenade them. That's the wrong side. Okay, well, these parts are falling off. Yeah, so that's the way it is, though. We'll see if people are going to wisen up on how to figure it out, because that's the thing. I think still people will gladly take the gamble of still taking a very good amount of anti-vehicle and have a chance against knights versus just gearing up for full anti-infantry and just get completely walloped by any knight army or vehicle heavy army. Yep. Exactly. Again, I have a rivalry with Rogodorn tanks, and not even the battle tanks. Battle tanks I'm completely fine with, which is kind of crazy because battle tanks are the ones that can survive a whole lot longer with their ablative plating ability. But with me, it's just the commanders, right? The tank commanders. My goodness, it doesn't matter what I do, right? They'll survive. They'll just keep unloading all their guns every time. It doesn't matter if they're injured or not, right? I move one step, they fire Overwatch, they still get a bunch of shots through. Like, just for me, I despise Rogodorn tank commanders. But obviously, for a fact, they are the best tanks that the guards can get. So I should not be surprised if players just take a bunch every time. Okay, so let's see. We need the cord and we need his other arm. And why did I take this? He's not holding the gun like that. 60. What? That wasn't 60. Okay, am I losing my mind already? Okay. There's 58 and 59. So we'll get these two. And no, this is 60. All right, that's good. Oh. 60, and then 62 right here. Okay. And 13, 14. Well, I find the last 13, 14. Right here. Okay. The heavy infantry, Chaos Space Marines. Let's see if it's in. Yeah. Abaddon solo. All right. Yeah, because let's see, because when you do Chaos Space Marines with full infantry, then I suppose your anti-vehicle will be in the form of the like Terminators or Chain Fists, right? Because I don't know, Chain Fists are kind of here and there though. I know a lot of people don't really use them very often. I guess you could also do Obliterators, right? Obliterators are very good for the anti-vehicle. And crazy enough, right, when you have just a legionary squad with the las cannon, they can also output a lot of damage. It's the best thing in the world when you do a dark pact, take sustained hits, and your las cannon rolls a 6. That is the best feeling in the world. And then yeah. Oh, you still run one Vindicate. Okay, yeah. Because that's the best feeling in the world, right? You take a Dark Pact, you get sustained hits, and your last cannon rolls a 6, and then your opponent can do nothing but watch you roll a bunch of damage out of nowhere from a group of legionaries. Yep, that is indeed absolute best. Yeah, but yeah, there's still there's definitely still going to be a lot of options for anti-vehicle as infantry for Chaos Space Marines. Unfortunately, though, for Tau, that's one thing. I mean, we have great infantry. I'm not going to complain about that, but actually for Tau, their mainline infantry don't necessarily have very good anti-vehicle on their own. You actually have to rely on Tau vehicles to take down other vehicles. Yeah, yep. Yep, Havoc's and a Rhino, exactly, yep. The wait, do Chaos Space Marine Rhinos still have firing deck? I completely forgot. Let's look that up. Yeah, they do. Okay. Good. Yeah. Because you're going to need that. Yeah, firing deck 2. Yeah, okay. Right, yeah. Okay. Yep, so just las cannoning out of a Rhino. That's funny. And of course, you get to Chaos Space Marines will always enjoy the fact that because they are not Tacticus, because they don't have the ability to do that kind of surgery. Rhinos are the best way to move them around. Rhinos are completely useless for Space Marines now, because now everything's Primaris. So I don't know what they're gonna do. I actually don't know if Games Workshop is gonna completely stop making Rhinos or if they're just going to figure something else to do with them. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen too many people use Noise Marines on regular Chaos Space Marines, because they won't necessarily get the most buffs out of it. But I'm sure they have their uses too. Yeah. And to the sisters, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see. I wonder if that's what they can do because the rolls the Rhino and the Razorback, those two are more or less completely obsolete in regular Space Marine lists because all Marines are Primaris now, basically. So, yeah, I actually would like to see what Games Workshop will do about these near obsolete vehicles. If they want to, I know they can. They definitely want to sell more. That's like how they sold more of the drop pod, right? Drop pods got upgraded to actually take Primaris Marines, and so we'll see if they have a plan for ye old vehicles of the olden days. Let's see. 2 rhinos and no, I have not seen that list. Yeah, I know that's the thing. Land Raiders, after that buff, I know people want to take them more because now they cost a lot less. But I know Land Raiders are a whole issue because you love the assault ramp, but people were not willing to pay that many points just to have that ability to ferry their melee units a bit further. And also, then that's also the reason why I have to explain to every new player that no, you cannot charge after disembarking, right? Only Land Raiders are allowed to do that. So, and they all get so surprised. And it was oh wow, all right, that's a pretty good placement for something that use that. I think for sure Grey Knights will be one of the best to use Land Raiders for, because obviously you have Terminators that need to be ferried inside of a Land Raider, and then moving 12 inches with them and charging. That's a yep. I know who knew. Yeah, Terminator units will only move 5 inches, but now get to move 12 and charge after disembarking. Well, who'd have thought? But then again, that is, yeah, Yep, they get the extra damage into charging. Yep. But then again, right, Land Raiders are such a big and obvious target that they will definitely get gunned down whenever there's a chance. They're pretty big and bulky, so they can't necessarily hide very well either. But such is the way of the Land Raider. You don't care about that. You just want to charge that baby straight up there to ferry your melee units. Let's see here. That's not the right direction. All right. And eventually you use smoke and train. Yep. Yeah, no, without a doubt. Smoke is one of the best things to ever happen to a Land Raider. I remember back then they had their own dedicated smoke launchers back when smoke was not. Well, I mean, stratagems weren't even a thing way back then, but yeah. But definitely, smoke is one of the best things to happen to a Land Raider. So that way you can actually live for like a turn. As with Land Raider logic, one turn is all you need to make that difference. Oy, this guy's being a little bit tricky. Let's keep it like that. Let's get some more glue on this. Yep, when you shoot these special guns, yep. Yep, yeah. I personally do like Paladins a lot more than the standard Terminator Squad for Grey Knights. The amount of damage output they can get for just a little bit extra price is definitely worth it. Let's see, do I need to sand some things down on this guy? Yep. Yeah, also, yeah, because they still get the Apothecary. Yeah. I mean, it'll be a much better debate if the Paladins did not get the Apothecary, but with them, it's pretty shut and closed about which one I'd rather take. But then again, for points budgeting, of course, that's why you take the Terminators. But if there's always a choice, it's always Paladins over Terminators for me. Okay, so that is number 10, getting close to done here. We need his helmet and some shoulder pads. Can we find one more number 1 helmet? Ooh. Wait, am I all out of number 1 helmet? Don't tell me I have to paint a face now. I am not in that business. Well, there's a number 2 helmet. Yeah, I'll have to live with the number 2 helmet. Okay, that's fine. If I'm, yeah, librarian is scoring. Yep. Yeah, the lone of 18 on librarian is very nice. Yeah, with the banner. Yep. Yeah, I think the librarian for sure. So, yeah, surprisingly, people kind of sleep on librarians. I mean, obviously not with the Grey Knights; they are one of the best. But even with regular Terminators and Space Marines, because librarians for Space Marines, the librarians give all the melee weapons sustain hits. Yeah, yeah. I need to start using librarians and Terminator armors a bit more too in my Space Marines list because giving my Terminators sustain hits one on their melee attacks is very nice. It's just that I am spending a lot more than I need to on Terminators points wise. But librarians are always a great addition to this kind of stuff. Yep. Yeah, I mean, regular librarians and the Phobos librarians getting 4 pinballs. That's also a good thing. I know that's something that I advised one of my Salamanders friends to do with his Infernus Marines because obviously Salamanders love their flamethrowers, but they are kind of weak when they get up that close. So the 8-up invulnerable save, no 4-up invulnerable save on a standard librarian does make a regular unit last a lot longer. At least for me, what I like to do with now with these Hull Blasters, now that I'm done building them, is that they will most likely be led by both a lieutenant for the lethal hits and then also an apothecary at the same time. So we'll be able to bring one back every turn. That's the thing. With Hull Blasters, one of my most fondest memories is that I made a friend concede immediately and like battle round 2 after seeing what my Hull Blasters did to him. Well, Biologists cannot be attached to regular Hull Blasters because Apothecary Biologists are for Gravis units only. So the Apothecary Biologist is basically a lieutenant for Gravis units. So they go on like Eradicators, yeah, and the other chunky boys. Because the Biologist gives them lethal hits. But obviously for regular Tacticus units, the lieutenant does that job for them. So I have a lieutenant that we'll build next time as well. Or, you know what the heck, let's just build him right now. Let's see, where is my lieutenant box? There you go. We got this guy as well, so regular lieutenant. So he will be one of the leaders for these guys, giving them lovely lethal hits, but also the ability to shoot after falling back. So that's great. Obviously, Hull Blasters already can shoot and after advancing because their weapons all have assault and heavy on them. So I get buffs either way. So that's always great as well. The new Jump Captain Shield. Yes, I did see that model. He looks quite nice. It just I don't necessarily have a use for him. Obviously, the Blood Angels have a field day with him, but the closest thing I ever really need for Jump Pack boys are going to be for Vanguard veteran squads. But even then, not necessarily in any of my points budgets. I know they definitely have their use, but not gonna be in my purview for a little while. I know for a fact, and when I play against Blood Angels players, their Jump Pack boys are very scary, considering just how much utility they can get. So, is this it? Oh, okay, no, the actual menu is a bit more than just that. All right. Should be pretty simple. We'll give this guy a Power Fist. So let's go ahead and get his main body here. Yep. Yes. When I do play online games, I do have the list usually set up on the on New Recruit and on a bot, but I'll definitely send that over once we're done here. I have a lot of lists, but I guess I'll show you. I have a 1000 that I use the most if I ever play 1000, which I'm building this for basically. I have a 1000 list that I'm currently still in the process of building, and then a 2000 I'm trying to build into, but I still have to swap out some things. So, yeah, because my 2000, which is going to be basically my sweaty Blood Angels list, not Blood Angels, Dark Angels list. I took it off inspiration of one of the guys that does play competitively, but he used a squad of Inceptors, and after running them a few times, I absolutely despise Inceptors. They do nothing for me. So there's that. Let's see here. But hopefully we'll see, because once I'm done building all the Dark Angel stuff that I've bought so far, I do need to prime them all and start painting them on stream. One of which is going to be Lionel Johnson himself. So I'll be having, that's going to take a long time to paint that guy, but will definitely be fun, and we'll be doing that all live once I'm done building all the stuff that I have here and then priming them and getting them ready. Okay, let's see. Let's look at these legs here. He's gonna get an extra pad on his shin area, so we don't have to worry about that too much. Let's find out on the Orcs Riders. Okay, yeah. Yes, yeah. Stompas, that's the unfortunate bit. Stompas kind of stink. I know it seems quite daunting, but you'd have to spend 800 points for it, and it can go down quite easy because, sadly, the Stompa does not have a good invulnerable save for whatever reason. So, yeah. People just take Stompas just because it's funny, but Stompas really don't have much of a place in competitive scene, sadly. I do respect people who do take them anyways, because they are a lot of fun. But yeah, you know what I can just do right now. Oh, here. This is the current one that I still have to change because I hate Inceptors that are in here, so I can post this up right here. Yep. So there's that. So that is the new recruit link for my Sweaty Dark Angel list that I'll build into, but that list specifically I do need to change and modify because it is there's a couple of things I don't like about it, so we have to make do with that. Let's see, so we need the 2 leg guards, so it's 4 and 6. There's 4. Let's go grab number 6. Let's go do this. See what more is you? Yep. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I know that obviously spamming Deathwing Knights is just a knee-jerk reaction. Like that's just like a give me for Dark Angels. I mean, of course, I love my Deathwing Knights, but at least for me, because I have the Lion, if I take more Deathwing Knights, basically if I maxed out at 3, I'd already have that's already 1,000 points in just elite units, right? 3 Deathwing Knights is 750. Lion is another 300. So that's over 1,000 in just elite armies, and then even with just 2, that's what 2 Deathwing Knights, 500 Lion, and the 315. So that's 815 points in just elite units, which will have very little to do with points and scoring stuff like that. So I personally don't find a need for that. It's just that because I have a lot more other melee units like Inner Circle Companions, and we still need guys to score. That's why. I mean, that's why I'd rather switch things out, rather get some more Hellblasters instead of Inceptors. I'm still iffy about Desolation Marines. Some people really like them. I don't really see them do that much. Although dude did buy some Desolation Marines at Las Vegas for very cheap because they had secondhand models there. But yeah, so I still have to make my final decision about that. But we'll have to see, yeah, because that's kind of the trap that obviously a lot of space. And we really think about the ability to gain points and do actions. Because that is kind of the worst feeling in the world, is where you have your damage dealers, but if that's all you have, and then you have actions you need to do and you're a little bit behind on points, or you really want those points to secure the win, then you really run out of options and have to make the tough choice. Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. Knights being able to stand on objective and score, like they'll definitely do that. Just that they kind of do need an ancient with them. That's why with this army, taking an ancient is a really good idea, because that way they'll have an OC of 2, and then a stratagem actually give them an extra OC if you really need to do that as well. So that stacks, and you get an OC of 3 with each Deathwing Knight, which is crazy, but yeah. The impulsor, though. So the impulsor actually is there's a tech you can do. That's why I use it. Yeah, because there's impulsor code 7. Is that if you put incursors inside of the in the impulsor, then the impulsor gains the scout's keyword. So you can scout up with the impulsor, and then you jump out with the incursors, and turn 1 you jump in with the Inner Circle Companions led by Azrael, and so that way you can roam around a little bit more before making your charge when you need to. So the impulsor is a very specific tech that you use with it. I know it's kind of weird, but it actually helps out a lot to be able to get your Inner Circle Companions across the board very cheap without needing a Land Raider. Yeah. So at least for now, I think the impulsor is very, very useful. I also would have overlooked it myself, but I learned that tech online. I'm like, wow, that's a good thing I should try, and it actually works. It really does help. Yeah. No, Azrael at home is always the thing, but I always like to put him with Inner Circle Companions and run them up, because like you do pay quite a bit for him, and he does give a lot of buffs to the Inner Circle Companions that need it. So like he gets the full value when you at least wait for the right moment to charge with them. Then your Inner Circle Companions can really wreck anything that comes its way. Let's see, let's do number 7 here with his little waist robe. And number 9 on a holster. Yeah, because I also used to leave Azrael at home with like regular intercessors and just sticky objective and just have him gain command points for me. But when I thought about it, I just realized like he just gives so many other buffs that are very useful. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, because no, I'm doing the Wrath of the Rock detachment, so. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. There's so many buffs Azrael gives. He's supposed to be attached to someone. I don't know. I haven't really met too many people as well who just leave Azrael just all by himself. Yeah, I don't know. Azrael all by himself is kind of a waste, really. He really should be attached to someone because the rest of his buffs he gives when he's attached as a leader. But that's the thing though. So that I used to put him with regular intercessors just in the back, and he'll just give me command points. But I really like how durable he still is as a leader. Again, he giving a 4-up invulnerable to inner circle companions who don't have an invulnerable. That just really buffs them well far and beyond what Blade Guard veterans do. So I just think it's really, and obviously sustained hits. So with his sustained hits 1 as well on the weapons, the inner circle companions can really do a number, because then they can just always take the strike stance on their swords. So they'll get both stacking lethals and sustained hits 1 on their weapons that basically hit on 2s most of the time, and you can really just whack anything like vehicles, infantry, anything just to bits. Okay, so that's his little skirt there. And where do you go? Off to the side here? Oh, there's a spot for you. Okay. Do that. Do some of this. Okay. 13 is a power fist, which we want on this lieutenant. Yeah, again, that does make a lot of sense if you want Ezra just to give you the command points, but at least for me, the way that I see, again, I mean, you do bring up a good point. There's no denying that with being able to screen off his secondaries, but at least the way that I've had experience with this army, I've never had any issue, again, because I have so many guys that can score, right? Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. But at least just for me, the way that I can see how available he is, just to be able to, like, well, at least the whole army itself, is that because I have so many abilities to score, that's why again I take less Deathwing Knights. I have a lot more guys scoring, available to score. Right? Because of that, I am able to actually don't need to spend command points to do new orders. I've never had that problem where like I come up with secondaries that are just complete garbage. So I think that's one thing, because at least for me, like a lot of people that I've seen, they don't really need, if they have very well-rounded armies that can have good scoring capability, then they don't need to do new orders. Like, yes, there might be times where, like maybe once or twice in the game, where you pull something that's really out of your depth, but for the most part, like, obviously when you're trying to score secondaries for battle rounds like 1, 2, and 3, if you have a very well-rounded army that has very good units that, oh, not very good, but a lot of units that can score, then you don't have to worry about new orders. That's at least what I've seen. Where is his plasma pistol? Man, every time, dudes with plasma pistols always have a robotic arm, bro. Come on. I have to get used. I have to get used to having to paint mechanical hands now. All right, Games Workshop, you win. I'll have to paint a mechanical hand. What is this? What are we adding to this? Add a scope for 16? Or can we add a scope to this guy? No, because those are magazines. Now, tons of pistols don't have magazines. All right. And then 2 shoulder pads. And then I suppose one last thing as well, going for me, that if I send Azrael up there, is that just has to, that adds another layer of what the opponent, because I like games where the opponent kind of has to choose what they're going to. Okay. Yeah. I have to see, because again, in my experience, I find Azrael does the best when he's actually up there, with all of his buffs and stuff like that. And that's what I've seen from most of the other people that I've seen try to run the same thing. But yeah, I mean, I like, you're not really gonna discard Mark for Death either way, right? If you know you're gonna score later, because again, we're not saying that Azrael's gonna die like immediately, right? That's at least the purpose of Inner Circle, is that you kind of wait for the right moment to charge, especially with the Impulsor tech that you have. Because at least for what's going on here is that, with all the elite units that are already there in this army list, is that you force the opponent to figure out which units to prioritize, right? Well, they have to prioritize Lion. Will they have to prioritize the Terminators? Will they have to prioritize what else is there? I'm forgetting. In this one, I didn't really change it. So the Hellblasters, or the scoring units, right? So that's why, like, making them have to decide what to do, right? That gives it the value that you make them make the hard decision. Yeah, of course, and I appreciate that. Yeah, there's no doubt. Yeah. Putting as I mean that is kind of the most common thing to do with Ezra, because he just generates those command points for you, right? You just kind of leave them in the back. I use it for screening, which is fine, right? You can do that with 150 point screener, like, yeah. But at least for me, I am very well drawn to how many buffs he gives when he's actually in the thick of the fight. So, because I think just for me, like, I just feel so out of it. Like when I know he gives this whole unit sustained as 1, which is just perfect for Inner Circle companions and his invul save, right? And I just don't use it. Yeah, of course, and that's going to be a game time decision to see, what the issue is, if he's going to be on the front or not. But at least for the way that Inner Circle companions are used, they are definitely almost not entirely, but almost a custodian blender, basically, that I get to have inside of my Space Marine unit, a Space Marine army, which is very fun. The keywords, the strength, the AP -2 2 damage, right, and having both sustains and lethals like that. I basically get a unit of custodians as a melee blender unit inside of my Dark Angel army, which is amazing. Let's get his extra armor pad here. Yeah. Well, yes. The counter punch is kind of the best way to use them for sure. I mean, that's the way I most use them as well. Like, that's why with the Impulsor, that you can set them up quite easily in a nice hidden area, right? Like behind some nice cover, near an objective. So that way, like, if an enemy approaches, then you jump out, run the blender, and just completely wall up whatever comes their way. So that's kind of the way that I see them. Yeah, obviously for people using for home, right? Obviously, they just don't want the command points, want the control, and then just stay at home. But at least just for me, I'm just far too drawn into the flavor of it all, right? And obviously the damage output, but obviously flavors though, because the Inner Circle companions would be showing up by Azrael's side the most lore-wise. So I just feel so remiss where, like, I'm just like, Azrael's just gonna stick beside some intercessors and just stand home. and there's just something wrong with that in my mind. Because in my head, right, we deployed this army, right? You're telling me that the lion, right, the a Primarch that has returned, shows up in battle, starts completely blending up, right, everything in his path, and then Azrael's got the bright idea of, hey, I should just stay home with some intercessors. Like that just does not sit well with me. Yeah. Let's see, where exactly does this armor pad go? Okay, it goes a little bit into his armpit. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Well, with regular intercessors, you just kind of use them to screen anyways, right? They stick your home objective, they step out a bit and just start screening a bit more. So, yeah, again, yeah, that does not sit well with me one bit. That when his Primarch returns, that's the duty that he does. He does circle duty and screening duty. That is a load of nonsense. Hopefully that shoulder pad still holds. And let's get his head in here. Yes, yeah, Lion Rapid Ingressing turn 1 is amazing. That is my favorite thing to do. And then when people who don't necessarily have too much experience with Lion were like, oh yeah, like I can just go handle him. I'll send like a tank at him. And he lives. And then the Lion walks up into melee and then just, slaps you for 16 damage. Light work. Oh shoot. Oh wait, hang on. Is this time to kit bash? Let me think. I don't want to paint his face, bro. I am not a face painter, bro. I am a helmet painter. Is there one helmet I can yoink off of these Hellblasters? Isn't there a number 2 helmet that I glazed over? Oh dear, I don't think there is. Oh no. Do I not have a helmet I can borrow? Oh, wait, is that one? Oh, the lieutenant already comes with the helmet. Yeah, alright, cool. Yeah. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I completely looked over there. There is a helmet of lieutenant. I am not a face painter. Yes, the line is no joke, but that's the thing though. Unless you have things that are gonna be anti-monster, right? That can handle his 3 invulnerable save. I think the ice still thing too, even when if I had to play against him as a Tau player, is that most of the time, you could just ignore him. Like send a few things to slow him down, right? And like preferably less than 300 points worth of stuff, and then you just kind of ignore him, and that is often a very good tactic. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, going through walls. Yeah, that's a whole thing as well. But when you just trying to focus down the other things, right? Again, if you have things ready for anti-monster, like yes, like go right on ahead. But at least for me, in my experience, my best advice is that to people like, well, all you really need to do is just like send a few things, distract them, and ignore them, and then you'll be fine. And then you kill all the other scoring units, and you can really put your opponent in a bind. Because that's always the worst feeling was that you need the points, right? But you just want Lion to kill more stuff, but you need the points. So then Lion is reduced to circle duty for the last parts of the game. let's see. The idea here is that we need to point that to the outside here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Again, yeah. If you have fodder units to slow them down, that's definitely what you want to do as separate units, and then you can just ignore them the rest of the time, right? And then eventually you're gonna force him to force your opponent to make the decision. Do you send the lion to kill more stuff, or do you send the lion to just stand there on a circle and just do nothing? A 300-point paperweight on an objective. So that is the best way to make people think about that. Okay. And that will do. So we got the lieutenant leading all of his Hellblasters now. So that works quite nicely. All right. So, yeah. I mean, then again, the lion has a lot more utility than a Bloodthirster does, considering all of his aura abilities and stuff like that. So it makes sense. And a 3-up invulnerable, which is the best in the game for a consistent invulnerable save. So, yeah. All right. So I think this will do it for today. We've been live for about 5 hours here. So yeah, thank you, Becky, for chilling with us as we made all of our Hellblasters and the Lieutenant. But yeah, but I think that'll be doing it for today's stream. It is getting quite late, but we'll be back again on Thursday. That's one thing for sure. Yeah, I stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays depending on the schedule. So we'll be back later. Again, I'm trying to finish everything I'm building here, and then we get around to painting and then doing some live games. So yeah. All right, yeah, thanks for showing, and thanks for everyone else who came here to watch and gave out the follows, and we'll see you all next time.